Hello, 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 and welcome back to some programming. Everyone's doing well today. Everyone's had a good break over the weekend. Oh, but we're back at it again. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm very... This morning has been like me catching up on a couple of things. So, forgive me a little bit that like my 3 hours in the morning have been like brain numbing. Mind numbing, that's the wording. So, can only do so much. Haven't got as much work done as I wanted to over yesterday and this morning, and the day before as well, after stream. But it is what it is. So we'll be kind of picking up the slack a little bit. I will say though, I have got a lot of, yeah, no, that's fine. I have got a lot of progress ready to ship. And if the thing I'm going to work on now ends up going well, I'll also ship this. And we can possibly even ship the next update today. The next, like, middle ground kind of update. Not a major one, but not a minor one, if that makes sense. There'll be massive amounts of fixes, a bunch of rebalancing, and bug, and just general gameplay improvement. We'll also have the new way of doing bosses, but we won't have the new boss in, if that makes sense. Because the new boss will be in the code, but not for you guys. Simply. I think that's kind of how I'd describe it. So with that being the case, let's work on the thing that I kind of want to work on today. So something I was thinking about this morning, and this is a system that has been wanted ever since we did lobbies as an idea, and it's just not become a prominent thing for a very long time, but I do think it's about time I actually have it. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to create a script. Okay, so we're going to call it warp out. And this is going to require a couple of things to be set up for this. So what we're going to set up today is we're going to set up a bunch of data stuff, and we're going to set this up. That's the two main things I want to make sure I get done today. How this is going to be done is definitely kind of up in the air. I'm not 100% sure how I want to handle it yet. Again, it's one of those, like, there's a couple of ways to approach this concept that I'm going to be doing, and I'm just currently trying to think through what's the best approach. Now, I can't remember. If I do a with, can I commit to the draw event? I don't want that going there. I would prefer that going here. Come on. Go to the location I'm telling you to. No, it's not going to. Okay. With. What do you mean, no words search? Give me with. What? Alright. Language features with. Okay, I had to go a long way around to try and get this info. Good to see you doing well there. So then change the scope of the code within the curly brackets. Alright, so it's a global struct. Hey yo. So instances in room are created in a certain order, and their created events will also execute, and they're created are created by one with as a loop. Iterative. Specific uses. The other instances instruct. Executing code in a new instance. Instance checking functions. Assigning new struct variables. Local variable to cross scopes. Goddamn. Real fun, interesting stuff. No, so it doesn't. I don't see something clearly here that I can't do it with. We'll see. So there is, I think there's already a script for this, but we're gonna have to potentially do something about it. Now where would it be? Would it be under player scripts? Yeah, player target get. Index 4 instances of player ID to return target, otherwise return -1. So with player target get, player target get ID. There we go. All right. So how do I want to do this? Oops. Do that for the moment. C white and then alpha full. So I'm going to grab this, and we're going to just go to the player for now because it's going to be easier to run this from player. Don't care about testing the crates. Control Shift K. Okay, so this should just visually do the effect. That is what we're hoping for. It does not. And it's probably because when we run that kind of thing, it's going to run from the step. This is one of the issues I do have with Game Maker quite often, is that just like you can't... The draw event and the step event basically are the same, but not, and the difference is that one talks to the render stuff, and you can't like mix match. It just gets really annoying. Okay. Because like, if I run that same code from the draw event, does it change what happens? So I want to know if I run it from a draw event, will it be fine? Because then it should be okay. I don't mind that too much, but... Okay, it does, but it also... okay. That's a good point. So it will have to be a toggle with the player. Does this return a variable? No, it does not. Hmm. Now this is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to have to try and see if I can find a thing for what I want. Because otherwise I'm going to have to make an object for this, which I'd prefer not to. But that might honestly be the correct bet. Okay, so this is going to be moved back to the step event. Because it doesn't matter anymore. So now this should visually show up. Ah, it's tied to the frame rate of this. Okay. That's annoying. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have to make another object. That's just the safest bet. Or I could do a surface. Can I do a surface? Would a surface be better? Let's think about what a surface would offer. Surface means I can do it right on top of the player, draw it within the internal. A lot more memory usage potentially, but it means I have a lot more specific control over the frame rate and functionality. I'd have to do a lot of extra variables for it, wouldn't I? Yeah, it's one of those, like, I probably am better off just making a object for this. But I kind of would prefer... I'd like to see what would happen if I did a surface. So let's go, it's under map parts. Go character selection, draw event here. Just grab this. Player. Put that in here, and we can ignore this part. Then we yoink this. Get rid of that for now. We can get rid of those. Alright. Also, I fixed a bug that I was very confused at, that it was only occurring in one situation. But then I realized that it's because I understand surfaces a whole lot better than the other person working on this, and I was like, oh, yeah, no, that's on me. Didn't explain something to them. That's a my bad scenario. Because they were checking surface equals -1 instead of using the function surface exists, which is incorrect. Because what that leads to is the surface. If you change the something about the surface for a moment and it doesn't actually exist, it will crash. Because it will try and find the surface of that, not that it's saying not an ID correctly. Well, no, let me correct. If something went wrong, sometimes it won't return a -1. Is the issue. Surface exists is better because it means that it has a more guaranteed check if something goes wrong to return that -1. Whereas the surface itself won't do that. Its surface exists checks that. So how would I do this? I think is it FPS real that I want? Is it FPS or FPS real? So that's the current FPS. How do I do? It's not one of the functions. Down here. Current time. Current time, FPS real. I feel like it's something to do with this. What does current time give? Yeah, so that's time. No, then that's not quite right. What was there a way to set a frame rate again? How do I get current frame? I'm pretty sure this will not go correctly. Because again, this I think will work, but I think it will still use the baseline frames because it's drawn in that event. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Interesting. What did I get wrong with the drawing? This? I think that was it, right? Okay. Oh, hello. Just see if that gives me anything to work with. No. Oh, is that what's going on? Yeah, that would be what's going on. Okay. Okay, declare this time. See how it goes. Cool. Okay. So And then if we do this... Yeah, so it's still tied to the frame rate of the character, or the sprite, which isn't the problem. But we've got a bit better control over this now. I'm wondering how I want to handle this. There's an argument to be made. What does this change if I approach it this way? Doesn't change anything. Cool. Whereas if we do, what do I want for this again? I'm trying to remember. Instances. I think it's instance find, is it not? Instance find? Yep. So that should return Let's try this out. Okay. So, not that one. Excuse me. This one. I'll do that. It's still fast because it's based off this thing. Okay. That wouldn't work, would it? I think it's gone too fast there, yeah. It's not this way around or something like that. So that's gonna be an absolute, yeah. How do I want to handle this? Because what is the frame speed that I decided for this? 10. So at 10 frames per second. So it's a sixth of the FPS. Frame speed. kind of what I want, but... Sprite set speed. Okay. Hmm. Is it... This shouldn't fix it, to my understanding. Because the problem is that it's tying this sprite to... Yeah. Okay, since this doesn't have an object, the draw event is basically turned into a step event, and because of that, what's happening is that it is occurring on every step, which again, quick reminder, there is 60 frames a second, whereas we want this to have 10 frames a second. So I'm trying to find the best short answer I have for doing this. There is a few ways I have for this, but I'm not happy. Okay, what I could do is I could do this. I'll be back in approximately 15 minutes. The stream is still going. I mean, we only just started, like, oh god, it has almost been an hour. But we only just started, so you're fine. That's it. No, I didn't get the math right. I think I need to do it this way. No. If I have it as 5. Oh, actually, I think I know what happened. Yeah, okay. This is 10. But this needs to go back to, I think it's... What happens if I do this? Does this look correct? No. Hasn't changed anything. I think it's times... Try this. I'm just gonna try a bunch of little things, ideas that I have, see if they result in what I want. Would I just do the math myself though? It'd be 0.166, right? If I recall it correctly. So it is correct. Okay. Alright, format. I don't really care about the format. Let's see. Are you doing your poker stream tomorrow? What does the schedule say? I am the one that writes my schedule, so whatever the schedule says is what I'm doing. Doesn't say anything, that's not true. Here is my channel. If I let it load up for a second, go to community. We have a schedule I posted 16 hours ago. Would you look at that? I checked in community. Interesting. It's almost like today is this stream here. First stream of the week. Probably didn't load. Well, then I do apologize, but I will say, like, if you're wondering when I'm doing a stream, if it's within the week, look at the schedule. If it's not there, then you have a right to yell at me, but it's almost always there. I don't think since I started doing schedules, I don't think I've not done a schedule, is the short answer. I've mucked up a couple of dates on them from time to time, but that's like happened twice. I'm pretty consistent with that. When your next stream is, that's only if I've scheduled it. It will only show you the stream that I schedule, and I always schedule before I go to bed. Okay, so there's that. Is it at the same time as your stream today? Have I ever streamed at a different time? Almost a year now. Okay, I'll admit there's like twice I think I've streamed at different times. I'm pretty new. I stream at the same time more or less every day outside of unique scenarios. Again, schedule says 8, I think it's 8 PM because it's the time zone. 8 PM start every time. But it's same time, pretty consistently the same days, every week. Again, pull this up. Yeah, 8 PM UTC. 'Cause that's the best universal time. And at this point in time until daylight savings, it is a plus 12-hour difference for New Zealand. So it's literally just that time inverted for me. The next day. Went and played a bit of Poker Rogue. Noise. Again, I'm very interested. I haven't played any of it. I've literally opened up the website once to see you can log into it, which I'm assuming is how you save your data, and I will do that tomorrow. Let's see. For me, this time starts at 10 PM. As I said before, I'd love to start it earlier, because I know European times, it's not the greatest, it starts getting quite late. Because again, that UTC time is pretty simply around where Europe is. So, yeah. But, can only do what I can do. So that works now. There's no way to really check this variable. This is why I kind of want to do this as an object, like a separate object. Because then I can have like a bunch of constructing values for it. But I also kind of want to trim down on how often I'm doing that excuse of, oh, well, I can just make another object and slap it on. I probably should just do that at this point though. Create an object. Warp. And then means I don't have to do like half of this stuff. Let's see, draw. Create. Because it means I don't even have to do, technically, any of the stuff I've done. I can just grab this. And I can do step event. If image index is greater than or equal to image number, instance destroy. And then on the function, no longer need that. Create layer with instance create layer. There we go. X, Y. Instances. O warp out. There we go. It's just chatting and 20 minutes till dawn. Yeah, I mean, I only played the 20 minutes till dawn twice, and the just chatting streams, I'll be honest, all they were was just me doing what I do with programming, just not programming. I did them as a little test for a weekend thing to do in the afternoon for a little while, and they were nice, but again, it just kind of came to this thing of, yeah, but I could just do programming during this. I think the main appeal I had for them was because I did them during while I was still studying, so it was me being able to take a break from it. I think is kind of the main thing. How do you actually see that I write something? What do you mean? In the chat? I have two ways to see if you write in the chat. Specifically 2 ways because you're on YouTube. I have only 1 way to see it if it's on Twitch. But still. First of all is I have my phone in front of me so I can watch the stream so I know if something goes wrong. The second is this. Welcome to Streamlabs. This is what I'm streaming off of. Do you see this on the left side? Guess what that is? That's the chat. That's how I see the combined chat. I can only see the YouTube chat on YouTube though. So that's why I say on YouTube I can see 2 chats. On Twitch I can only see this 1 chat. It's easier. And the chat that turns up there is the same chat that turns up on stream. So if you ever wonder what I can actually see of what you type, if it doesn't come up on that little box that's right here on the stream, then I can't see it. Scale. And then Y scale. Y scale. That's basically it. And then on the object, step event, Y, so depth, equals minus target dot y minus 1 and x equals target dot x. Have you ever been urban exploring? I'm not sure I understand what that means. I apologize if that's the case, but I'm not sure. Exploring abandoned buildings and stuff. I mean, as a kid, I guess I did, yeah. There's a few abandoned buildings in my hometown. Gotta be careful though, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if this says a lot about where I lived, but anywhere that was abandoned when I was younger was typically not abandoned. If that makes sense. I didn't live exactly in the most posh environment. Oh, I don't draw self, that's why. I have a draw event, but I don't have draw self. Draw self. I saw a lot of traps. Okay. Interesting. So... At one time, I saw a crazy man living there. I mean, that's kind of why I say, like, abandoned places aren't abandoned. Around my environment. You found out a house was empty, it was probably not empty, it had a lot of, people having fun. I mean, it's always that whole thing of just don't do something that's too stupid. What was the thing again? There's a thing for stopping the player movement. What was the movement disabled? It was terrible and scary. See, now, like, this is the thing. It's like you always see the stuff with Japan, for example, because they have massive problems with this. I've always wanted to kind of explore those environments. But yeah, like, it's just not really a thing here in New Zealand. Most of the time, it's kind of like, what's the best way to think about it? Most of the time here, it is a lot of, like, if you've got those sort of places, they're out on farms, and it's because they've just kind of been left. There's not really that in town. And when it's in town, like, that building probably gets demolished at some point. After, like, 10 years, maybe. Because there was a... next to my high school, there was one place that was, like, asbestos and everything. It's still there, but it's been built around and cordoned off. And now, literally, you cannot get into it without, like, being seen. Because there's cameras around it and everything. But yeah, like, a lot of kids went to hang out there and got... very terribly ill for exactly the reasons you'd think. It's alt. There we go. And then I go to player, room start, image alpha is there already. I'm going to get this one. Always bring masks because of mold. Yeah, I mean, that's the smart thing to do. Again, that's kind of why I say asbestos and all that sort of stuff. It is a bigger deal than a lot of people make it out to be. It's quite dangerous. But it does sound like a fun thing to do. It's just, sadly enough, there's not really anything like that here in New Zealand. We're very... Well, no, let me correct. There's nothing really like that in cities in New Zealand. And when there are, they're pretty well cordoned off. I'm sure if I went to Christchurch, it would be a very different argument. Because they still have a lot of abandoned buildings there. But... not too bad. So I'm just going to make a time source here quickly to reset after testing. So this is duration here, so give it 1 second. Don't care about this part, and then the argument is target. Alright, I believe that's how it's done. Function, units, unit type, arguments. So, do this. Do that. There we go. One time school stage had a lot of red stuff. I know if YouTube allows that word. Oh, blood and shit, yeah. That's kind of gnarly. Wait, did this not trigger? One, two, three. Yeah, it's not resetting it for some reason. Maybe if I do this, it'll fix it. So. Nope. Unless, oh, it's because the UI is open, right? The UI technically counts as a pause, I believe. No, it shouldn't do. Oh, it's because it's not getting ticked around. Should you give me tips? Only if I ask. That's always my argument, is if I ask for it, sure, go ahead. Otherwise, probably best to leave it. So this time it's game time source seconds 1 callback arguments. There we go. That'll do it correctly. Because I don't think it's going to actually do the stuff correctly for the other time source. Frame-based time source period was too low and will be clipped. What? Did I not get this right? It's been too long since I've written one of these? Maybe? Time source create. Parent is time source game. Period is time source unit seconds. Units is 1. And it's confusing. Oh, that's why. Because I'm not actually starting it as well. Time source. Oops. Source start. I forget, again, this is the thing of, like, I don't remember sometimes how to use the actual system because I made a system so long ago to handle all this for me. Okay, now if I do this... Yeah, pops back. Okay, give it a little bit more than 1 second so we can actually see what it feels like a little bit better. But overall, I'm pretty happy with this warp so far. Oh, hello. For illegal time source unit types 3. What? Oh my god, okay, that would explain it. I'm an idiot. I'm misreading. This is the unit type. This is the period of time. Yeah. I have an online tutoring in 5 minutes, but it's only 30 minutes. All good, all good. Okay, there we go. So this should fix that issue. Because I was being an idiot. That's why it was complaining about frame. I like that. That looks pretty nice. I could make it a little larger though. So let's times it by 1.2. Actually gonna just quickly make var add scale equals 1.2. So this is faster to write, in a sense, because it means if I'm doing testing, we don't have to write the same thing twice. Alright. That seems pretty good. I'm actually fairly happy with that. So maybe I should actually explain what the hell I'm working on. Something that's bugged me, and I've talked about this before, is room transitions. Is at the moment they're just very much snap. Something I feel like we need to do is add a little bit more flair to that and a little bit more of a delay so it feels... So, okay, this is something that I feel like a lot of people do not understand. And this is something I find absolutely hysterical. So I'm going to pull up Paint for a second because I want to talk on something. So, I'm sure at least a good chunk of people have come across the thing of what Spider-Man 2 for the PS5 did. Where what it would do is you could kind of like fast travel, but it would be, like, here's your map, right? Here's your fast travel locations or whatever. And you'd basically click on it, and you'd get a small little bar at the bottom that would fill up, and then you'd go there instantly. So a lot of people misunderstood. This bar here was not a loading bar. Do you know what this bar here was? This bar here was a confirmation bar. They had already loaded this basically faster. What they found in playtesting is what I'm kind of talking about here, is that instead of going as like the frames are ticking by, so you got these are each of the frames, instead of having it so I select thing here and then on the literal next frame it is ticked, instead what they found was that you should basically select, hold, and give a small little bit of time here because otherwise it's really jarring and unpleasant. So that's actually why we have it so with the portals, if we load up the game really quickly, that's why we have the portals actually have a bit of a delay time already. I'm not even kidding, by the way. This is genuinely the case, is that this stand here and hold the thing, that is a confirmation thing. That's nothing to do with loading. It's actually doing nothing because the loading is done there. Loading levels at this stage in time is instantaneous. There is no thing for it. So what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to make it so when you do the end of that, you get this effect. And then after a small delay is when it will switch the room and beam you in. So the inverse of the warp out. And it's the same with end of runs. You'll warp out regardless. If you die, you'll warp out. If you win, we'll clear the room and then you warp out. That is the idea that I've got for it. By doing that, I give you so much more clarity with what's going on, and you as the player can feel a little bit happier. This is why I've also said that the end of run, I want to be a UI, not a thing. Actually, that's a good point. I do need to make sure I put that in here. Menu clusters. So I need to run end. Oh no, I do already have something this. Yeah, so I've got a statement there. I'll tell them to... I actually did get in contact with the UI person a little bit over the weekend, and chatted with them briefly, well, via text, about some things. But yeah, no, so I'm actually quite happy with how that looks currently. Now, I'm gonna have to figure out... So one thing I want to do is image speed equals -1. So I'm gonna actually, yeah, no, I'll just fucking duplicate this. Control C, Control V. Warp in. And then with all of that, then we have an image index equals image number -1, and image speed equals -1. And I'm going to just duplicate this for the moment. Should I? Or should we just try and figure out a way to do this? I mean, I can just have a simple toggle of type, right? Yeah. Let's just have type equals 0. Actually, no, I can just check with image speed. Yeah. Step, here we go. And image speed equals 1. And image speed equals 1. Okay, and then what we can do instead is grab this -1. True, false, image alpha 1. And then grab this. We don't need the time source anymore. And then image index is less than or equal to 0. And image speed is -1, instance destroy. And then what I can also do is replace this function here with warp out for now. So let's see how this works. So that's already a mistake over made, and I realized that as we were running the thing. So this needs to be warp in. Oh, it's the wrong type of thing. Right, target dot player ID is what we need now. That will solve it. Because it's the player ID, we don't want the player data itself. Oh, and this needs to be reversed to this. I almost feel like the image needs to be faster if we're doing the warp in. Like the warp in, I kind of want a different animation for anyway. But this could be an option. Okay, so what I'm next going to do is we're going to go here. I'm going to write a function. Func equals function with this. And then I'm going to back because your student is on holiday. I mean, do be like that sometimes. So what do I have as the thing the portals do? Portal controller, it's in step event, I believe. Room go to game. So instead, we're going to yoink this, and we're going to do warp out with ID. So for... I'll do that in a second. Actually, no, let's keep this here for the moment. And we're going to probably write another function. Yeah. Function portal score out. And then going to go back to the controller portal and do all of this. Portal out. There we go. So you can play it on mobile or anything with Google or most browsers. That sounds pretty cool though. Like just, I mean, that's the benefit of those sorts of things, but it also tends to cost a lot. On the developer end, because they'll have to host the servers. So, which is why that sort of approach isn't done as often. So now I can add this function here. Actually, no, we have the function like that. Let's see. Yeah, so okay. No. What we're gonna do is... let's see. For var I equals 0 I array length. That music's kind of scary. I mean, it does have an airy feeling to it. There's a lot of random ass songs on here. That one, I don't know what that one was. I actually didn't say. But that was I mean, all of this is the hardbound OST. I just find it nice for programming background music. Not array length, by the way. It's instance number o player I plus plus, and we do this shite again. Warp out target dot player ID. There we go. Reminds me of those old movies of ghosts that just play the piano. Fair enough. And then go to warp out and no need to run a function here actually, but we're going to rip that. Okay, do this. Then we take all of this, we push it up a little bit, and then we close the brackets. And then we go back to the portal controller. Portal out. Greater than or equal to 45. 46. No, that's not gonna work. Leaving equals Control C, create. Leaving equals false. If not leaving, do all of this. I like louder music because it just isn't quiet and quiet stuff can squeeze. No, I can get that. Realistically, when I'm doing my work, I tend to enjoy watching stuff in the background. Like I consume a lot of media, so that's how I watch a lot of stuff. That's how I've been watching through South Park at the moment, right? Doing my rewatch of that. Now I'm like beyond the point I think that I watched, which is like 2009. So when I stopped watching it. But that tends to be how I do it. If not, I'll just put some kind of background music. I do like game BGM though. Game BGM's really good for background music because it's designed with the intention that you're doing activities, so it helps motivate, in a sense. It helps trigger your brain to think to do stuff. But yeah, like that's why I tend to not really care too much about the volume of it. They even made 2 Warframe songs. See, now that sounds like a great example of it. Yeah. One song's called Tenno's Dream. Okay. I think I know which one that is. Alright, so that's the issue. No, it's not the eye, it's the thing itself. So I can pass through... let's pass through the array. that's the issue. Okay, with underscore ID. Then I need to go here, put in ID. This is a raw time source, so this needs to be ID, like this. I think that's gonna fix it. Somewhat. The problem is I think that I is still a local variable. Yes, so the I is a local variable, so I need to pass that through as well. Right? No, I don't. So if I just use that, and then we go to out, and then we use this. Let's see if that works. My YouTuber's feed is mostly horror stuff, and the thing is that at first I'm scared and it's also midnight. Yeah, like, I mean, it's always weird what YouTube decides to send you. Okay, that looks good. That looks a lot better. So now, what I'm going to do, is I'm going to do warp in on the player when room starts. And see how this looks. Okay, so what I do need to add then is, let's see. Starts off with no image alpha. But at night it's that, yeah. Okay, that looks pretty decent, I'd say. I actually quite like that a lot. There's a dark lore behind your game. That... Hey, I've made it actually fairly clear since the onset what the lore is behind this game. I'd just be very funny if there's a dark lore. To be fair, the lore of this game is as loose as I can possibly make it, so it's just like nice and relaxed. It's what? I think the shorthand is this is what the VTubers get up to in their spare time. Is they just go out and do RPG quests. Because that's the idea of this. It's a tavern, you're going out and you're doing quests. That's why, well, yeah, that's why there's going to be different areas and there's going to be objective bounties and stuff like that as well. Somewhat. Stuff like that. I mean, I guess there will be like Demon Lord stuff in there, so we'll see. It's just a lot of memes and references. I mean, to be fair, holocure also has a bit of a dark lore behind it because like the world ends basically. That's the lore of that game. Like the backstory of holocure is the world ends and now VTubers have to save it, which I find really funny. It's such a simple concept, but it's, again, the point is you don't need to do an extensive backstory to the games. These games don't require it. The short lore, VTubers are forced. No, again, the lore I have for this, no forcing, no nothing. This is what they do in their spare time to relax. So they just go out and fucking meme about an isekai world. That's why I'm like, I've been very transparent with it from the beginning, and I just like it being a nice relaxed meme. Because anything more than that just starts becoming like, I actually have to write lore, and I would prefer not to. I'm already going to have to write a bunch of shite to explain what I've already said in the game. And that's just going to be through NPC dialogue, right? I don't want to do more. I don't want it to have deep lore. If anyone wants to add deep lore to it, go right ahead, but I'm never going to make it official. But I'm glad that we've managed to get this warping kind of concept done. Because it looks really, really cool. And I think this is the great way to just kind of have you go to the next room like this. Map pack instincts don't trust me. That's fair. Does this work? For now. No, it does not. Okay. To be fair, we need to do just make a file saying law, but when you press on it, it says no law. It actually sounds really funny. I kind of like that idea. There'll be like a file in the stuff, and you're just like, nah, there's nothing. It will be enough Dark Law, or someone who's brave enough, probably Rule 34. Dude, okay, this sounds horrible to say, but like, if this game gets off and there's like fan art of this, if there is some Rule 34 fan art, I will officially think I've made it. This game will have been amazing. Amazing success. It's like, it's just characters from this. Dude, if I go on to like in hentai and there's one that's got a tag for it. Peak. No Rule 34, please. It's not good. What do you mean? It can be good. Can be tasteful if it's done correctly. My mentality's already broken. Join the club. Let's see, so var what is it that I want? Here if I was going through his villain arc. I live in a villain arc, what do you mean? Player target get index. Oh no, it's just that's a good point. Function player target get ID. Oh no. How do I want to word this function? Player target get. No, it is that. Yeah. Player target get will work for it. Player target get owner ID alpha. Now, how do I actually move it? I'm assuming I move it on the player or something, right? Now I'm very curious as to how this has been following the player all along. Because we no longer thing. O directional arrow. O directional arrow, step event. Ah, here it is. Cool. Okay, Sorry, what are we doing today? I am introducing a bunch of data management systems that we've needed to have for a good hot minute. So, things are looking a little bit better. And we're adding in warp between rooms, like a visual thing. This game has over 10k, Rule 34, you know you've made one of the best games. Exactly, right? Rival contender for Overwatch, that's the goal. It's not the goal. It's very much not the goal. No, that didn't work. Interesting. Ah. That would explain it. There we go. That's what I wanted. Ken started his villain arc when he saw me controlling his favorite laser. That's about right. Alright. This is looking a lot better now. I'm pretty happy with it so far. Fucking hell. So... From your stuff, today I'll try out a model for your channel's mascot in Blender. Ooh, an accessories room. Mimal Flops, the floppiest disc guy V2. I don't think I said that correctly still. But I'm... Okay, so this warping thing is looking really nice. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but I'm actually really, really happy with this. I think this is a really cool visual improvement to the game. Gives a little bit more like clarity, and it allows... so if I was to say die, which is going to take a hot minute because I have scaled up the enemy's damage though quite a bit. So yeah, we are getting completely wrecked by just standing on top of them. And restart. Boom. When you saw food or Rule 34. Because there are no food as IRL. Well, technically. To be fair, my best mate enjoys that sort of stuff as well. So this is a Wendy's. Oh, dude, I still love that meme. I still think that's one of the funniest ones, where it's just like you over-explain something or say something that's completely like within the context of things, and then you just respond with that, and it's like, hmm? It's like, sir, this is at Wendy's. Sir, can you excuse yourself? This is a Wendy's. Oh, that looks so clean. Okay, I'm really happy with that, by the way. I'm genuinely really happy with that. So, how do I want to handle this next bit then? I'm making some stuff for the game right now. I mean, I believe they're probably at work right now, but they have done some progress. Again, I did message them after stream the other day, like I said I would, and I sent them a little bit of stuff to work with, but yeah, still not really had a good solid chat with them. I doubt I will until potentially this weekend, maybe? And I will definitely endeavor to try and actually knock on him a little bit to see where he's at and get a better understanding of what I probably need to put forward. Because I've put a few things forward that I will be pushing shortly. But right now I'm just kind of working on a couple last minute things that I want to nudge in because I kind of want to push an update today to the itch for you guys. What does Rule 34 even mean? If it exists on the internet, there is porn of it. Otherwise, you must make it. That is actually what Rule 34 means. It's one of the many internet rules. A lot of people forget that last part of it, though. But yeah, it's if it exists on the internet, therefore there must be some form of mature content of it. Never posting my face again. Yeah. I mean, I was actually talking to some people today, because, so, this may not be, like, very evident from me now, like, a very clear thing. I'm a huge Magical Girls anime fan. I've been one since pretty much the beginning of me starting to watch anime, and technically before then, because I enjoyed a lot of shows, like, Powerpuff Girls and all that sort of stuff. They were great shows to me. So I'm a huge Magi Girl fan. I've always really enjoyed it. Very rarely do I miss them. I've watched an excessive amount of, obviously, the Cure franchise, the Pretty Cure franchise, Sailor Moon, all that sort of stuff, right? And I said that I hope one day if I do get fan art, someone decides to draw me in a Magical Girl outfit. I'll be fucking happy. That would make me so happy. Because I love Magi Girl, man. It's just such a nice, simple concept. I put it in the category that most people have with shonen, right? Where it's like, it's just kind of stupid, mindless stuff to watch and enjoy. I've always liked it because of the fact that, like, you can't really do one of those shows without it dealing with some very interesting problems sometimes. Even if it's not like a psychological one, like a Madoka Magica, right? It's like, it still deals with like friendship issues and interpersonal issues, because that's what a lot of this stuff is about. It's a lot about emotion and these things. Always enjoyed that. Mario is Peach. I prefer Bowser, and Sonic as Amy. I prefer... Dude, Rogue's fucking... good shit. Which, she still isn't in the movie, right? Still waiting for the day Fucking Amy and Rogue are in. I hope Rogue gets in before Amy. Fuck Amy. No one likes Amy. Or Rouge, I think is actually how it's pronounced, because it's supposed to be on the gem, right? The play on it. I read the comics for Sonic, so I fucking can't remember. Well, I mean, we know Shadow's coming in the next movie. He's voiced by Keanu Reeves, which is amazing. I mean, apparently, I'm blanking on his name, but Dr. Robotnik's dad is in it. Which is wild. Reeves? Yeah, no, Keanu Reeves is voicing Shadow the Hedgehog in the upcoming Sonic movie. We won, boys. We got him. Which I absolutely love, because that was like the moment Sonic, Shadow got like teased, everyone was like, please let it be a Keanu Reeves. It comes out and everyone complains that it's like, oh, it's just Keanu Reeves being Keanu Reeves. It's like, yeah, that's what we wanted. What do you mean? This is what we all fucking wanted. We want the dude that is like the most gun dude ever to be Shadow. How are you upset by this? It's amazing. But yeah, like the only real line he actually says, well, aren't you a colourful bunch? It's great. But yeah, no, Keanu Reeves is going to be Shadow the Hedgehog. I can't wait. I really am. It's so fun. When is it actually coming to theaters? Now I want to look. Sonic 3. Did you know that Eggman's origin is that he got fused with a robotic egg? Yeah. Release date 20th of December, so it's the end of the year. Steve will be voiced by The Rock, I guess. Well, no, it's Jack Black is the one that's doing Steve in the Minecraft movie. He's actually playing Steve. I am Steve. So weird. Read the comics. I have read the comics. I still own some of them. Dude, I want to read the old comics again. I think the only comic I've got left, or like the few comics I've got left, is from like when they started the new colony. And just before the return of the that one evil echidna via Knuckles. I can't remember his name. Is it Dr. Chaos or something like that? We all hope the sheep will get deleted. Yeah, no, I mean, let me pull up a meme, which is like my thoughts on the sheep. Yeah, that's genuinely my thoughts on the sheep. I'm inevitable in German is ich bin unverdienbar. Again, my German's trash nowadays. My perfect Minecraft movie would be full-on CGI, fresh animations, pack style, like dude, I agree. I think everyone kind of actually wanted an animated movie for Minecraft. I don't think anyone really wanted a live-action movie. VSF. Unfurred. Yeah, that's right, sorry. Forget. Unfurred mid. It's been unfurred midbar. Something like that. Anyway, I'm mumbling as well, it doesn't help. But yeah, I think most people were hoping for like a non-live action movie, and I think that is going to be the thing that hurts it the most, is the fact that it's a live action movie. I really... Again, I want to stress, I've got nothing against them doing a Minecraft movie. I mean, they did Minecraft Story Mode, which was a fucking regret as it is. If the sequel won't be... I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. I doubt the Minecraft movie's getting a sequel. It's going to make a shitload of money, because kids are going to go watch it, and they're going to enjoy that. But I doubt they're going to do a sequel, because there's going to be too much negativity around it for them to consider a lot of things. Right, like, we're all used to seeing those, like, YouTube videos as well, that are, like, the battles and all that, and the animation stuff in it. And it would have been so, like, it would have been much better if they'd just kind of taken that approach. I think a lot more people would have appreciated that. I also agree with Machinima. Yeah, exactly. Machinima style, right? Where it was like that more animated style, kind of still within the things, but maybe with the ability to kind of bend the arms a little. Honestly, they could have basically taken what they kind of did with Minecraft Story Mode and just done that, but polished better, because they'll have way more money. Would have worked perfectly fine. But no, so one person said something, and I 100% agree with this. I think Jack Black is an amazing voice actor. I just kind of hope that they stop. And like, I hope that for these sorts of movies, they stop like doing it live action, because he's way more, like, he's way more expressive than he is physical. And that's why Kung Fu Panda is so great, right? Because he can, they can animate the panda to be excessive and so much motion. But, and he can voice that. He can voice that incredibly well, but he can't really do that in real life. Like, I do think he's an amazing voice actor, though. I think that they really should utilize that. First movie, Nether and Wither. Second, Warden. Third is the end. Well, I mean, like, we definitely know that it's going to be the Nether as the combat, right? I don't know. I've got mixed feelings of what we're going to end up seeing with this movie, because, like, it's very clearly it's going to be about the piglins, and I played Minecraft Legends, which I actually enjoyed that game. So I'm assuming we're going to probably kind of have a bit of that direction with it. But, like, the more modern universe version. Because that... Minecraft Legends is actually like Minecraft's backstory, if you ever wanted to know that there was backstory to Minecraft. I know. So I'm definitely interested to kind of see where they go with that. Rip Telltale Games. I mean, I'm kind of glad we never got more Minecraft Story Mode. That was absolutely horrendous, and it was just bad, right? Like, I'm gonna say this now, that it was bad. A lot of people are making the joke, that it's not as bad as it's, like, just because of the Minecraft movie trailer, it's like, maybe we treated you too harshly. It's like, no, we treated you pretty fucking harshly for a reason. It was not a great storyline. It was not great for kids, and it was horrendous for adults, so. Or maybe Jumanji style. See, this is my thing. I actually don't want Jumanji style. I've never really enjoyed those sorts of movies, outside of that one where the house is in space. If anyone remembers that one, please tell me, because I can't remember it, but it was when I was a lot younger. I remember watching that. It's like, it's not Ender's Game, that's the other one. But it's something. And like that one, I enjoyed that one a fair bit when I was younger, but I've never enjoyed a Jumanji movie. I've only seen bits and pieces of the newer ones as well, I'll admit that. But they just never seemed appealing to me. More gaming references, otherwise it'd be too shallow. Again, I don't think you would ever really successfully do the story as an isekai. There's ways of doing the Minecraft movie as an isekai that would have been successful. I do not, because it looks like they're going the Jumanji style. It looks like what it seems like. Again, take this as a thing. What it seems like is that the Minecraft movie is going to be a Jumanji-styled movie, and Jack Black, or Steve, is going to have been there for ages. And that's going to be the backstory of it. And I'm going to be honest, basically what they're going to be doing with that then is indicating that in the story of Minecraft, the builders that are like Steve and the modern builders and stuff like that, the modern creators, they're all just isekai'd into these worlds. And I don't know how I feel about like trying to put that spin on Minecraft. It's such a weird one. It's kind of already been a theory, but transforms into Isekai Steve. Well, it's because, like, yeah, again, at this point in time, I'm going to be honest, it looks like it's an isekai. Like, it's 100%, that's what the story looks like, is they went through a portal and ended up in Minecraft. And, I don't know. Also, I can't wait for it to come out, and then CinemaSins gets to watch it, and they're like, cool, we took 20 minutes to actually, like, get through the portal and get into a Minecraft. So, like, in my opinion, the Minecraft has enough real-world lore to base movies on that. Yeah, no, Minecraft already has a lot of lore and a rich backstory, and there's a lot of different ideas as well and theories. They could have easily just told a story that has already kind of pseudo-existed and just confirmed it, but instead they're doing something that's... I don't know. Again, it's speculation at this stage. We can't make an absolute going, oh no, this is bad or this is good. I can't say it's going to be bad, but I definitely say that they've got a Sonic original trailer scenario with that sheep, right? And the fact that they have like the same joke of animal eating grass to diffuse tension twice in the teaser trailer is not a good sign to me. Because that's a really shitty, boring joke. And it's really bad when you have to repeat it. So that is something that does concern me. Going into it. I'd kill for freedom for Enderman Pixie. Dude, let's be honest, right? If they had said, like with this movie, oh, and some of the co-writers are going to be like the Yogs cast, and it's just Shadow of Israfel, we would all be down for that. I just awoken so much childhood energy with that. Like, fuck, you could have told me they were just gonna recreate Rithian's fucking backstory, and I would have fucking loved that. And yes, I enjoyed Rithian's story with him and Zoe, I think it was, right? Like, I absolutely loved what they did with that, like, universe they had. The Shadow of Israfel, stuff, the modded server stuff, like, all of those storylines, they were really, really cool. I think Yogscast killed it early on with adding, like, that little bit of backstory and stuff going on. I mean, fuck it, I loved the Ticket series. Where they just... You had what happened with, was it Sipsco, I think is the name of it, right? It was Sips one? Sips and... Oh, what? Shin. Right? Was his name? I'm almost... I want to stress, by the way, it's almost like I'm talking like the Yogscast doesn't exist anymore. They do. They still do quite a lot, but no, genuinely, like, if that is how they approach, like, I probably played Minecraft the most during that era where they played the at the time, the, what is considered now Tekkit Classic, but the Tekkit build that they had, where, like, Duncan had the cool, laboratory castle thing, the main group had the, factory, the Jaffa Cake factory, Rithian had his stuff going on, because I loved that shit so much. From ancient builders to enslaved Endermen. Well, I mean, like, isn't one of the backstory theories is that, like, it's the ancient builders, the ones that made the strongholds, and then they went to the end and they got corrupted and turned into Endermen. I think that was, like, the original theory going on, right? And now we have the deep dark stuff, which is an even more complex thing to it. Like, there's so many cool ideas that circulate, and the fact that they're going this direction is definitely a little bit disappointing, though. And Steve is one of the last, yeah, like, there's all sorts of cool stuff. I really hope we don't get disappointed with this movie, but I expect that we will be. Like, I do not expect this movie to be that good. In fact, I stress enough to the end days, I have the theory that it's a movie that was 100% based for a children audience. And the problem is that they've based it too heavy on that they're going to fail to make the right kinds of jokes for the adults watching. Because this is something that a lot of people forget with kid movies, is that an adult can actually critique a kid's movie because a kid's movie is supposed to be designed with the intention of being watched with the child as the parent. The parent should be there watching the movie with them. That is the idea. So the parent should be able to watch it and not want to gouge their eyes out. That's why when I look at these movies, I look at how transparent is the message? Is the message good? And how bearable is it as an adult watching this movie? That's how I rate kids' movies. And ironically enough, I rate most movies that similar way, but I have a different kind of gauging for it. Because I can't tell you what a kid's gonna think of the movie. I can think of if a movie's good or not, but, like, I'll be honest, as a kid, I didn't watch a lot of good movies. Dude, I enjoyed a lot of really bad things when I was younger, and I hated a lot of good things. Unless the kids would go with their older siblings. Yeah, but, like, even then, it's still kind of an argument right there. If it's like, a kid's movie should be made with the intention that it can be watched by adults and they can bear it. They should have enough enjoyment in there to detract and make the experience pleasant enough for them so they can get over it. Like, ironically enough, Phantom Menace of Star Wars is a great example of the inverse of this. Is that, like, those movies were actually really interesting and politically minded and, like, quite intense. And then they had Jar Jar in there to help diffuse a lot of that for kids. And that's why he had such an important part. The problem is, parents hate Jar Jar because Jar Jar's fucking annoying. And he is. But that's how that shit goes. Whereas, like, the rest of the movie is what's more for the parents. As they're supposed to get a lot of their, like, nostalgia tickled and explained of, like, oh, this is how Anakin met this person, all that sort of stuff. And that's why the Duel of Fates is so awesome, is because that was what was for the adults. But it was still cool for kids. They enjoyed that sequence. But they got the kids didn't get bored because they had Jar Jar, but the parents were too focused on Jar Jar because it's normally the position of what... this is what it comes down to. Now, do I think that kids should be enjoying poo-poo fart humor and all that sort of stuff? No, I think you could definitely do more tasteful humor that kids enjoy. But still, that's the point of it. It's also like late 90s that movie came out, which is pretty much the standard back then, was poo-poo fart jokes for kids. Would you bear the sheep without just pulling your eyes out? I mean, like, that's kind of the point, right? That's why I say, like, that sheep needs to change. Like, I'm pretty sure they're already working on that. I do not think they can change much about the movie at this stage, but I do think they can change some of the animation stuff, tweak it and improve it, because they're probably just using meshes. Even then, I'm not excluding the fact that it's still a shitload of work, and I feel bad that they could probably have to do so much. But I think that that's necessary. That movie cannot release how that trailer showed it. Otherwise, it's just gonna go badly. Like, I'll say this now. I'm gonna wait for a couple of reviews to come in from it. And if the reviews are not sounding generally positive, I'm not gonna bother going into the movies to watch it. I will wait till I can watch it some other way. Because then I will not feel like it's worth giving my money for. It's the same reason with the Borderlands movie. It's like, I heard so much negativity around it. I didn't watch it. I've watched it recently. And my god, it had like one 5-minute sequence about an hour and 20 minutes into it that was actually what the rest of the movie should have a lot more of. It was... They spent the entire movie rewriting the first game. And in a really bad way. And I've said this before, like, I'm okay with movies, TV shows, whatever, games, anything, when they're adapting another form of media, so like book to movie, game to movie, whatever order it is, I'm okay with some creative differences. It's necessary. In fact, if you didn't and adhered strictly, you would never get things right. There's a reason why the Harry Potter movies are enjoyed as much as they are, is because they're a lot more simplified than the books are. But I do not think your creativity should jeopardize the general purpose of what the story was trying to tell. I will refer back to Mortal Engines with this all the time. The Mortal Engines movie was horrendously bad in my eyes, because I loved the Mortal Engines books, and it basically made it so none of them could actually happen. Also, hello. What was wrong with the Borderlands movie, by the way? So, again, the main thing is, it tried to rewrite the Borderlands story. So the first movie rewrites the first game in a way that's just not great. It weirdly merges some elements from the second game into it. And one thing, I'm going to spoil some stuff here and suffer. In the Borderlands movie, Lilith doesn't even know she's a siren. She only knows at the end of the movie. And she basically learns she's a siren, and for like 5 minutes, she does siren shit, and then after that, she becomes the Firehawk. In fact, most of the movie is spent treating Tiny Tina as a siren. As like the final key to a vault. It's like, oh, we need 3 keys. We have 2, and then the last one will be this a siren or whatever. And it's like, oh, well, we need someone with the blood, but nobody has that blood anymore. And it's like, oh, but it turns out Lilith has this, and you find out at the end, and she doesn't even know. And it's like, what? What? But like, so much of it is very character interacting and stuff like that, and only in the end there's some beautiful gunfight. Like I said, that's when Lilith actually knows her power. And that was enjoyable because it was them actually able to feel like the characters for a bit where they're just being chaotic and stupid. But no, it was a complete rewrite of the first game, and in a way that I didn't find pleasant. Like, again, the main cast is Roland, Lilith, Krieg, Tiny Tina, and Claptrap. That is the main group you're following. Hell, Marcus only turns up like 3 times in it, and doesn't even really talk about weapons that much. In fact, one of the main times is he's on the bus transporting Lilith, and it's just spent the whole like 5 minutes or 10 minutes almost of him trying to convince her to be a Vault Hunter, and she doesn't want to be. Like, I genuinely think there was nothing really truly wrong with the actors that they chose. I think all of that was more or less fine. I think it was just the fact that they decided to go so far away from the original story and try their own thing that it detracted from the entire reason to use Borderlands as a titling. It's the same with why I'm like not gonna watch the Amazon Yakuza series, because it is based off the games, but the fact is the writers have said we don't play the games, we want to do our own thing. And they've said like we won't do karaoke, we won't do like this and that, which is a bunch of side quest things, and I'm like, cool, so you've entirely missed the reason why Yakuza's good. Yakuza's good because it's it's analogous with life. It's heavy, intense things happen, and then you deal with those intense things, and there's side stuff to help lessen the blow of the intensity. So it's either they're going to write their story way too intense and it's going to be unbearably dark and difficult to watch, or it's going to be lightened up and it's never going to have the impact that the game's had. That is the problem with that sort of thing. Valve, please do not fuck up Half-Life, the movie. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see a Half-Life movie because I do think that franchise could actually be translated into something like movie media pretty well. And all they would need to do is basically faithfully follow the key story elements of that. Like, there's actually a lot you can do with that, and it could be done. I'm not going to say they should, I'm just saying it could be done, and I know it could be done well. But Valve's made it fairly clear at this point that they've never really been interested in that sort of stuff. But Team Fortress 2? I don't know if they... yeah, I guess they could, but like, the problem is Team Fortress 2's like story is just kind of... it's loose and it's more fan created than anything. So while I agree that it would be interesting, I think that's one of those ones that I'd prefer never to see official media for, and I think that'd be a good way to do it. Just imagine the multiple perspectives. So JuicyCon. No, I think Half-Life would have been it was a great game that has an example of it can be translated to a movie, be interesting but be fresh. Like, that's the big thing. That's the main thing you need to do is when you're translating media like that, you need a reason for the original people to be happy, but also watch it. And then you need it to be interesting and enjoyable for those that haven't watched it. This is something that is a big deal with anime, for example. We constantly hear it's like, oh, the manga was better. I don't think anyone truly believes that with Kaguya-sama, for example, because like I read Kaguya-sama and I watched it, and about season 3 onwards, don't read it, go watch it. It's way better. Before that, it's about the same. That's why Oshinoko as well. Like, I don't read it. I know what's happening in the story. I keep up with kind of the current events, but like I recommend watching that over reading it. Another example, like there's a lot of examples, right? And it's always going to be the case. Select level, something like that. I think I've heard about that. But it's just, there's so much more available to work with than some of these things that it's chosen, and it's just really... Because yeah, no, going back to my Mortal Engines example, so the movie literally makes it so the rest of the franchise can't happen because of the way the story ends. And that's where I hugely disagree with creative and differences. Love, Death, and Robots. Oh, that was a great one. I liked Love, Death, and Robots. That was a cool one. Love, Death, and Robots is a great example of what we can do with streaming platforms and stuff like that now, more than we could do with like just actual broadcast television. I really hope we can do more of that. I don't think there were some episodes for Love, Death, and Robots that I was just like about, right? But there were some that were great and incredible, and that's the point. Is there will be something there for everyone, and that's the cool thing. And it's such an awesome celebration of animation. I like seeing that. There's a lot of different ways that's been done, but that was a great and very like well-known example of that sort of thing. And I really hope that there's more done with it. What a discussion. Let's hope there will be some good video game movies. I mean, again, it's the issue of the moving one form of media to another. It's dangerous when you don't have the right intentions behind it. It's like if you played this game a shitload and enjoyed it, or if the game translates really well, then you'll probably get a good outcome. An example of this is the Last of Us series. I heard a lot of positivity around that one. As someone that never played the game but watched playthroughs and watched a bit of the series, yeah, no, they did really well, but that's also because that was basically a playable movie, and they could have cut the gameplay elements out and it would have been fine. It would have been a worse experience overall, but it would have been fine. And they had great actors. Comparative to stuff like the Halo series, where Paramount has given up on that one because it got so much, like, backlash. I'd love a Warframe movie. Warframe is one I actually could see, Warframe is a great example of one that could be a movie, but nothing to do with the Tenno. Like, they're there, maybe once or twice, but, like, follow some random group of... Fuck, a Little Duck movie would be incredible. We got the fucking comics for that shit, and that was great. That's a good example. By the way, TF2, the movie, would look like YouTube poop. Oh no, 100%. There would be no way to take it serious. It has a long storyline. I mean, again, I know. I've played Warframe through multiple times of its retconning its own story. I know what its story's like. There's a lot you can do with it, but like that's why I say like the best example I would give as to what they can do is kind of what they did with the New War, where you had Carl and I'm blanking on the Corpus's dude's name, but like that sort of storyline, like do something like that where it's not following main things, but Tenno exists, because that's always been the way more interesting way that Warframe's story has been presented. Is that Vor? No, that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about, again, so what I'm talking about is there's a sequence in the storyline, The New War. If you've not gotten to this, that's fine. But there's characters in it that are introduced that aren't the Tenno you play as. And these characters have their own story going on and their own events going on around them, but like they're part of the factions. They're part of this universe. What about following? No, I think a better way of approaching a Warframe TV series or movie would not to be. Do you mean to vary? No, I do not. Again, if you do not know who I'm referring to, because Carl is one of them, if you don't know who Carl is, then you won't know, and that's fine. I don't want to go into spoilers then. Like, if you know who the Dharma are and all that stuff, you'll kind of get there. But if you don't, again, it's fine. But like, that sort of approach to the story, that was actually way more interesting storytelling than they'd done before. And a lot of people agree with that. The only caveat to that is the Umbra storyline. That was also another great example of that, but that was also a story told primarily not of the Tenno, but of other things, and from perspective of others. That is what's important. So I didn't care that much, and then what can I say? All I can say is that the New War has been one of the better stories that they've done. Even I speedrun that. I did it in a day, outside of one crash that they had, because I did it day one. But yeah, I genuinely think that there is more stuff to do in the Warframe universe than with the Tenno and the Warframes, and just having them in the background would be way more interesting. Because it is such a lore-rich universe. And there is so much going on. With the Sentients, the Corvus, the minor factions, everything. It's great. So I definitely think there's a lot they can do with that. My other candidate would be COD Zombies. They've got lore already. Yeah, actually I agree with that. I don't know 100%. Like all of the lore for it, but I definitely think that would be a good example. I've seen a little bit of the lore. I've seen some of the maps and stuff like that have lore in them. They're cool. I like the Damo story because of Daughter. I like the Damo story actually more because of the implications of that sort of thing. And I'll be honest, of the Andrade family that are there, the most interesting one to me is Grandmother. Look at her. I don't give much of a fuck about Daughter, I'll be honest. She's very much like son to me, and yeah, I don't really like either of them. I think they're just whiny little shit kids, which is the point. Maybe Genshin would be a good movie or series. It's got an anime. It's got an anime in production for like a year or something. They announced it ages ago, and they haven't announced shit else since. So, you know, one day, I guess. But no, it's definitely a good example of one that could definitely follow a main story and do an anime of it. I don't know how well that would do, though. Again, it's down to how they adapt it and what they choose to adapt. Because that's one of those ones where it's just, there's a... The charm of the universe is the fact that you're running around it yourself. Genshin is very heavy on its exploration, and that's one of the biggest selling points for a lot of people, but hey. Maybe Fortnite before the time machine. I know Fortnite actually has a backstory, and it weirds me out. I've never looked into it heavily. I've seen some of the trailers, and that's told me that there's a backstory. I couldn't give less of a fuck otherwise. I expect them to probably make a movie one day, though, and it's gonna be atrocious. Like, I don't expect it to be good. At all. There are more probable options in terms of series, would be Valorant, I bet. I mean, they've already expressed the ability to do League of Legends storylines, so I could see that. I don't know too much about the backstory of the operators in Valorant, though. Or whatever they're called. I don't know what the term is for them. I believe it's operators, right? For the characters? Agents, thank you. But yeah, like, I'm sure there's something that could be done. It's again, there's the same argument with they could have done that with fucking Overwatch. Overwatch had so many opportunities to approach doing a, like, somewhat of a series or a movie, and they never did. And it would have been so much better than whatever the fuck they've done so far. That's why so many people were interested in a story. It had an okay lore, but they scrapped that because they use a time machine to reset the important stuff, so there's no lore anymore. Oh, okay. Fortnite, yeah. I don't know. Don't think I'll ever care. I've never played the game, never installed it, and I'm probably going to keep it that way until the near future. I'm not, and before someone goes like, but why not? It's like, I don't really like shooters. Shooters are really not my thing. If I was to play it, I would want to play it with friends, but I cannot play, with anyone, because I'm not going to be able to convince anyone that I know to play that game with me, because they don't like it as well. And just, it just doesn't appeal to me. The play style, the combat, everything like that, it just never has appealed to me. And yeah, simply put, I don't think I'll ever play Fortnite unless it's like very particular about it. That's what I will definitely say. I think I made a joke that if someone gave me a fucking shitload of money, I'd consider it. But like, that's kind of my point, right? Is like, you'd have to do a lot to get me interested. I'd do anything for a Godzilla game. I mean, there is a few games that can kind of scratch that itch. If you want story, then I recommend Far Cry. I mean, I have, on my 360, I have 100% completed Far Cry 3 and Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, because I think those are the amazing games. I've tried to play Far Cry 4, it was not as pleasant of an experience, and Far Cry 5 just didn't really catch me either, I'll be honest. But no, I absolutely loved Far Cry 3. It was a great game. I stand by something, I've talked about this before. If you want my opinion on what Far Cry has failed to do since Far Cry 3, is it failed to focus more on the main character. Because the best part of Far Cry 3 isn't Hoyt or I'm blanking on his name. The pirate that was part of the tribe. The main one that everyone remembers, Vast, right? It wasn't either of those. It was the fact that they were mirrors of what was happening to Jason. That was the beauty of it, is this story of Far Cry 3 wasn't the villains, it was the main character and how, like, twisted it got. And the fact that the end is, like, an almost inconsequential choice, but it's a choice between living as a monster and dying as a monster. That is the end of it, and it's great. It's what did you become on that island, and it's no longer who you were. Nothing like what you were. You went from being this, like, indecisive individual to just, like, an actual fucking predator. It's insane. So I loved that. First Far Cry was your typical FPS, but 2 and 3 were dope. I didn't actually ever play 1 or 2. They just never appealed to me either. 3, I only played it because one of my friends owned it and he lent it to me. The 2 endings. Honestly, both endings are great for Far Cry 3. There's some good stuff going on. I could never show the one of those endings though. We all know why. But that's why, again, Far Cry 4 missed it a little bit because it focused more on the enemy, on the main big boss bad guy, than about the war of your main character. Because actually that was what was going on. There was the faction dispute and stuff like that, and the concept of a little bit of heritage, but it was more focused on that villain. And that was always the mistake I saw from Far Cry 4. And Far Cry 5 is literally, your main character could just be fucking anything. You might as well not even have a face. You could just be a blank model and you would be as impactful to that universe as you were. Like that was the biggest mistake. It was all about the bad guys in that game. She is the Hello Kitty type. Oh god. Yeah. But yeah, so that's why my opinions towards the Far Cry franchise, and why I probably won't end up playing them, nor do I even intend on playing more in the future, really. I do own some. I think I own like pretty much all of them, but god damn it. But yeah, no, I 100%ed it on Xbox 360. It took me a good few hours. It's great though. I loved it. Oh. Trying to think. There's not many games I also 100%ed back then though. Has anyone of you guys played a Zelda game? I have not played a Zelda game. And I will say this now, put my hand up here. I'm probably never gonna play any of the new ones. Some of the older ones, like Ocarina of Time, look more tempting to me than Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I think both of those are definitely not games for me. I know I'm gonna probably piss some people off, but I think those games I do not like those games. I've expressed my opinion about open world before, and they're often used as my example of the negative of what a open world is. An open world game should not be a replacement for loading screens. The lore is complicated and hard to understand for Zelda. I mean, of all of the stuff I have with the Zelda franchise, I don't know if I agree. Like, I've never come across, because I've watched gameplay of pretty much all of them now. I don't think I've ever come across one that confused me in any way. But maybe that's just me. Like, the new ones are super simple and super linear. Tears of the Kingdom is such a stupid one. I still, oh my god, I still hate the fact that, there is so many things wrong with Tears of the Kingdom in my eyes, with the way things are approached, and the fact that it just, like, it's supposed to be sort of a follow-on, but it also doesn't make sense as a follow-on. I don't know. Started from Ocarina. I know the general kind of gist of everything and the timelines. I don't like a lot of it. Like, I'm gonna be honest, the Zelda game I probably enjoyed the looks of the most was the Warriors one that they did. And it's because I do like the Warriors games. I loved Fate's Warrior. Okay, that was great. So, but I will definitely say that just, yeah, in general, Zelda's never really had a reason for me to really play them, other than maybe to just go back and see what some of the really older ones had to offer and why they were popular. But I've already seen gameplay, right? So I can kind of get the idea. a lot of years. And yeah, no, I do know that they're very far in the future. Again, I'm not a huge lore nerd for Zelda, but I do know, like, pretty much all of the key moments. I just can't probably recall all of them off the top of my head, but that's kind of just an example of I have no reason to, because I've never really cared enough for it. I mean, again, I'm trying not to speak negatively of the game. I think the games, there's a reason why they're popular. There's nothing that I think the Zelda universe offers to me personally that I haven't seen before, and I've seen enough gameplay. Like, there's so many other ones that like, other stories I want to follow at this point. Like, oh god, I still want to play the newer Nier game. Still haven't gotten around to it. It's been like 4 or 5 years at this point. And one day I'll go back and replay Automata and the other ones as well. Where is rooms? Let's see. Run end. That's what it's called. Melo's gone. No, Melo's probably... There you go. Fish something up here with big eyes, limbs with like Mickey Mouse plus the gloves. Ooh. Sounds actually kind of fun. Always a good one. So I need to do, what was the code that I had for it? Copy that code. And invert it. What? It's not a real function. Why are you doing this? Oh, you bastard. This. And what is the thing I need again? Klopp's gonna have early 90s compact PC on his desk. Ooh. That sounds like a great way to do it. Miller, especially with what you were kind of like intending with the other stuff. Sounds pretty solid. step. This. Channel was a big project. Yeah. I'm playing Zelda 1 while watching Zelda Majora's Mask gameplay. While watching you. That sounds fucking wild. You're voiced by a retro V-code. Ah! Maybe even the own vlogs. What are you doing? Fucking, oh, I'm blanking. How am I blanking on her name? Gonna do a Neurosummer scenario. It's gonna take over its own channel. It's great. And then the other thing I should do is something similar. Yeah, that sounds like a solid idea. Honestly, like no joke, genuinely sounds like a solid idea. Oh shit. Have I done this wrong? God thing expected. Oh, that's right. I need to have double. There we go. Already got the shaders. Far, that's impressive. Okay, let's see if this breaks or not. Kinda does. So if gameplay over, blah blah blah. And then I need to make a switch for this so it can turn it off and on. Duh. See if that saves my ass. So now I need to kill the players, because this is going to cause a lot of interesting things. There we go. I like that. I actually think that works out pretty well. And then we just need to have like a screen clear for succeed instead. And then give maybe a little bit of a delay for the win. Gives a little bit more clarity for when events occur, right? Problem, well, I need to think how to rig his eye shader. He's gonna have clippy eyes, you know. Should make him wink with textures, but now I will make it all by shaders. Oof, not envious of that. I'm also gonna be, okay, I'm gonna be back in just a second. Oh, I've returned. So, now let's add a delay system for when you succeed the run to make it a little bit clearer that you've won. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a little bit of this. So we're gonna need that later. It is enemy controller where it's handled. Yeah, here it is. Holocure. So what we're gonna want with this? How do I want to handle this? So that's going to be time sourced. with enemy parent. So we're gonna want to score. What is it? Is it can score? What is the term for it? Is scoring. False. False. And value XP equals 0. Remember how I said that my channel will be a history of gaming one? Now I think I need, now I need to think of some chronological system, with which to pick games to make vids from. I mean, it's kind of a thing of like, find a few things you're passionate about, do them initially to get a format going, but after that, yeah, it becomes really difficult, right? Like, no one will blame you to do it in a specific order or anything like that. I mean, this sounds maybe horrible. What you could do is look at highest grossing video games of all time and go down that list. And like, highest grossing franchises, right? Because that's going to be the ones that people are going to want to know the most about. So that's going to probably be a good advertisement start. And then like, you can also do some obscure ones in between. Cat, I don't know what you want. If you want to sit down, you need to sit down like that, remember? Grab this. Like, I'd like to start with the late 80s, Commodore 64, Amiga, early normal PC games. Got some Game Magazine bonus booklets about the most important games of all time. Maybe I'll use them. That would probably be a solid bet, but like, if you're gonna do kind of like sections of time at each thing, then yeah, that's gonna be a lot of time and research. My heart goes out to you because that, like, honestly speaking, even if you have like a team working, I expect each video to take a month at that point for just research purposes. Like, not a video of that era, but like just each of those kind of videos, because of how much research you're gonna have to do. Until you have a better system, it will take more than a month. Because it takes a long time to go through all of the information and then make sure that you're like getting the right information as well. And then I need... These will be fresh format gameplays, not some dog videos, but research will be useful. So, well, yeah, like, I mean, that's what I say is like, at the end of the day, regardless, you're gonna have to do a shitload of research so you can actually speak on certain topics, right? Because you know, if you're gonna do something like that, people are gonna ask questions. Wait, no, I need to test this better. Right. Currently has been looking for some books about history of gaming for that purpose. Found some good ones after that. Nice. I'm sure there's like plenty of things out there for getting kind of like this kind of info, right? Yeah, I think it was right to raise the boss numbers as high as I did. Because keep in mind, like, we're a lot ahead of the curve right now, in terms of things. Oh shit. I still need to get like an audio thing for that. I also need to fucking do this finally. Someone remind me to go give speed and crit their icons. It looks like this dude's lost his basic attack. I thought we fixed that bug. Did I not? No, it was the other way around last time, right? That's really strange then. I could just go by genres? Yeah? That is a cheeky little thing I just did there, and that's good. So that's a trick that I kind of intend. If you get the healing breakable and just stand on top of the boss as Iron Mouse with the Iron Mike, you're just gonna nuke them. Okay, outside of a little bit of stuff, that worked pretty well. I actually really like that. This is a very bad way of doing this. I would probably be better off having a parent to remove a lot of this, but hey. RPG, FPS, racing, RPG, yeah. But I could make the series repetitive. It's, I think the, like, having some form of sub-ordering and then having a main ordering would be a wise idea. So what I mean by that is kind of like, approach it with a timeline thing, but also have, like, the ability to bounce back and forth. Like, don't be 100% strict to a timeline. That's why I was saying, like, doing a franchise might even be a good approach. Because then that way you can, like, curate it a little bit, right? Sticking to dates as your lock-in is really hard. What could be the case is you kind of, like, mix match, right? So you go, here is my cutoff point. Like, this is all games up until here is what I'll do. And then I will find the most popular of those and then, like, go only RPGs, then, like, or RPG, FPS, racing, like that, and do that order. And then just be able to alternate around on that list until you fill out a thing. That would be my kind of suggestion, instead of being hard locked with a time, because, as you said, that could get repetitive. It could also get quite stressful for you doing the stuff for it. And it means that you can kind of develop around with it. Just kind of a thought on the matter. Again, take it as exactly that. It's like just a statement. You know what's cool? I would upgrade his PC rig and room with each era past. That actually sounds really funny. That actually sounds really, really cool. Because that's, like, again, that kind of, you actually feel like you're developing through the ages of it. Gives it a bit of a charm. Oh, I think that's an awesome idea. Oh yeah, I was gonna do those quickly. Okay, we need to go to we need to go to the players, we need to go to stat up, we need to do the equipment. Okay, so here's the icon. So now this is SP speed. What did I call it? Movement speed icon. Damage icon. SP crit. So this is crit chance. Crit chance. There we go. So those will actually use their icons correctly now. You could also experiment with how it would behave in terms of character. Maybe you'll start as a nerdy character, slowly putting the argues aside and slowly growing mental into a true geek. I definitely think there's a way to have like the character develop. I don't know if that's quite how it would go. I don't know. It's like maybe while you're doing some of your research, before you do the series, kind of think about like what did the hardcore gamer of that era kind of be like, and use that as a way of kind of showing what something was like during that time. Again, kind of that window of window into the past. I think that would be an interesting way of approaching it. I'm gonna go sleep. See you tomorrow. All good. Catch you later. Enjoy sleep, because sleep is good. Okay, so now those have icons. That's a big thing. But yeah, I think the game feels a lot better with that sort of system in place. Like, the warp thing, I think, is the correct thing to do. I do need to disable that, though. Yeah, there we go. Speed icon. Okay, one thing I want to test before we get too far along then. We would throw in some sneaky game references. Where's the crit icon? I mean, we didn't see the crit thing, right? But we do have all of those icons in game. I can show them. There's it would be the crit chance one, I believe, is what it would be. So I need to make sure but I can open up a folder for them. Okay, I want to spawn the boss, and then I want to leave the room. Or I want to end the run after the boss spawns, because I want to see what happens. Oh, there you go, there's the crit chance. Didn't seem to have a problem. But there's icons for all the stats. Where do I have them? Here we are. So this is for amount. This is for area. This is for armor. This is for cooldown. This is for crit chance. This is for crit damage. This is for damage. This is for duration. This is for health. This is for health regen. And this is for movement speed. Also, want to hear a fun little thing about the crit ones? So I looked through a lot of crit icons and games and stuff like this. This was really consistent across a lot of things. But you want to hear the best part of this. So crit chance is this, and crit damage is this. You want to hear something really fucking hysterical about this that I still can't get over? Oh, it's not very obvious. Basically, I took this and I copied and pasted it 4 times in a circle and then tweaked it, and that's what this is. I found that really funny. It got tweaked a lot by the end, but that was originally what it was. It was literally just this, but in a circle. Or like in a cycle thing around it. But yeah. The only one I'm not happy with still is area. I think area could possibly be changed, because area and duration look very similar, especially when you look at them small. And I think area is just a little too complex. That's one of the things I think I did well with the other icons, is that their complexity is low, so there's more visible at a glance and understandable as at a glance. I think I could honestly turn it to green and it would probably be a lot better. The like blues and blacks to green, and it would improve it, the visibility of it quite a lot. As for the vlog, he could show how to use his favorite programs, tutorials, tries to upgrade his rig, his favorite games, everything according to the era. Yeah, I mean, like, that would be a cool way. I can expect that'd be a lot of work, though. I will say that. So, not envious of your desire for that, but definitely big thumbs up if you actually do manage to do it and accomplish it. But I think we're going to probably... I don't think there's any bugs I'm seeing very clearly right now. So I'm going to just fix one debug thing, which we have in the main, I think it is. Am I storing it in the main at the moment? No, it's in the player, right? Player presses in. Was this the thing? Yeah, there it is. Control K. Reusable assets a lot, yeah. Also, I wonder, do I do it the way I think I do it? Yes, I do. I thought I'd make a joke, so I'm gonna tease you with this, some of the secrets. Wow, it's incredible. Oh, and that's all you're gonna see. I find that shows how precautious I am, that if I click on something, it won't show it easily. But what we're gonna do is I'm going to go here on the create event. So that'd be 100 and... so... What are all the things I actually did? Sorry, I'm reading a lot of things right now because I need to know, because this is literally, we're gonna post this. Fix, yeah. Commit. What? Okay, that was strange. So I'll push this to the current branch, then I will push this current branch. I'll go to main. We're going to choose branch to merge and merge in. We're going to take new character, create a merge. Push origin. Push the dev branch directly into the main, be a mad lad. I mean, I'm the only, like, the main developer for the game, so I can. Fun fact, up until literally, like, the last patch, when we did the major patch, I have been working on main the entire time. I might anger a few actual programmers with that, but, like, we'd been working on main. This is, like, only now am I actually starting to use other things. But no, this is on main right now. This is the main version of the thing. I just pushed everything we'd worked on over, so I can make this. Because basically, at this point in time, if I just bring this over quickly, you'll see what I mean. So I'm on main branch. I have new characters is the one I work on. UI branch is the other developer. And these are some of his other ones he's done in the past. He's a lot more precautious than I am with this stuff for good reason, because it's not his project. So it makes sense. Okay, so this is, what is this called again? Just don't do a branch of an upstream of the special features X, Y, it's, oh my god, yeah. No, at that point in time it just becomes a fucking joke. Let's be honest. Yes, right now you're witnessing what I do for an upload, by the way. Bro, still using Windows 10? I have no reason to upgrade. What do I gain by upgrading? I'm pretty sure I am. This is Windows 10. Like, I'm pretty sure my computer wouldn't handle upgrading at this point very well. Because what typically happens is that it just... now I have Arc on my second drive. I mean... what do I get from doing this? This is just mostly fine. I don't like running a lot of things on my second drive. A lot of things are on my main drive because my second drive is an external. It's like an actual physical external that's sitting on my desk right next to me. An HDD as well, so I don't like using it unless I'm storing stuff to that location. But for emulation, I got 4 hard. God, nah. I use an SSD for my main, and I have 1 external. Okay, we're going to paste these in here for the moment, and then we'll reorganize all of this shortly. So that is the last update I did. So, alright. And then how did I do the last devlog? So I kind of want to keep this kind of format the same, so... gameplay / system changes. And then underneath, B balance changes. Like this. What the fuck is happening with this? Alright. So let's see if I can remember, remember the changes to these. Probably gonna just have an easier time looking up the changes I did. Booby healing, so I'm looking at... let's do his first. Okay, and then I'm looking for this. Okay. Minor changes to this. Increased the loss rate of passive stacks over time and on hit, but increased the area. Lowered max health. It was 900, now is 800, I think? 700. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Cool. New one is now available. Which means now I'm gonna want to grab this. Oh god. Okay, give me a second. Welcome to like the mess of actually uploading a fucking thing. Oh god, it's lagging. see. Control V. Control C. Control V. Post. Bin. Copy a link. I need to post this in a few locations. Alrighty. I'm gonna fucking delete this. Bye. Alright. And then I need to switch over to my other account and repost it all from there as well. I hate this. I love it and I hate it. Alright. There we go. And just so we really cement it home to those watching, that's not where I wanted to go. Here, dashboard, chat. Fuck you. Here is the patch. Oi, alright. Oh, there's a couple more things I'm gonna have to do before the day is out, but there we go. Oh, go enjoy the thing. Actually, that's a good point. What is the thing at the bottom of the YouTube video? The link to it. Is it just the general piece now? I think I link it just the general. Yeah, I do. I think I was linking to like the tweet for a little while, and now I don't, because it's just not worth it. But yay, new update for the game, and it's much more improved. I can't wait to get like an error report from someone that goes, hey, by the way, you fucked up, you suck. Also, I want to explain one thing I do here. So you might be wondering, why do I, like, disable the view of the other ones? So if we go back here and go to edit game, you'll see that, like, I've actually hidden these from view. Other than the newest one. This is because I know how stupid people are, and they're not going to go like, oh, well, this is the bigger number, so therefore clearly this is what I need to go to. They're just gonna, like, if I have it at the top, they'll get confused, they'll go to the bottom. It's just a safety measure of just going, look, I know how it works, I know how people are. This is me just giving you a safety net. I think you can download via these, maybe? No, you can't. You can see there was one that was there though. But no, this is genuinely me going, I know how stupid people are. This is my way of telling you to not be stupid. Clever. Yeah, it's just like, it's... I understand how people think, right? And the thing is, they're not going to appreciate me saying, you're stupid, you're going to fuck this up. But like, by doing it this way, not like having any room for error, the user doesn't realize that I've just now told them you're an idiot. I'm doing this because I don't want to have to deal with Yuki complaining that you're playing the, like, build from December last year. And you're confused why it's shit when, like, you're seeing it on stream and you're like, well, this is way better. It's like, no, I'm smart enough to know how you work. Because, like, I know people aren't going to look at the development logs either and go like, oh, well, this is clearly, like, the newest one, so therefore I should use this. That's why I keep telling people over and over again as well, let me know what your thoughts are of the game. Let me know where you're at with the game. If you've got any errors, DM me or send them my way, anything like that. Because if I constantly say it, they'll think, like, when they send it and I give them huge positivity, they're like, ooh, I like this. I'll do this more. Good. Do it. I need you as my little bug report hamsters. Go, minions. Play the game for me. See what I fucked up. But yeah. Always, it's kind of that whole thing of assume your user is an idiot. Assume they're an idiot, but don't treat them like they're an idiot. Treat them like they're smart, make them think that they're smart, but make it so they're directed and everything. That's like the thing with yellow paint, right? It's like, only now people are realizing we do that stuff as game developers because people are fucking morons. So we have to have some visual way of guiding a player. Right, so you gotta guide the player in the nicest way that's not too intrusive to teach them that they're an idiot. That's in a sense, that's the inverse problem. Like, okay, that's the problem of yellow paint because people have clocked on that that's why we do it as developers. You rather treat your users like assets. I treat my users as valued customers. I appreciate anyone that does play the game, and if they like the game, I'm very glad that they had some enjoyment out of it. If they can play it and give me something back, that is even better. If they can give me an opinion of the game, if they can give me their thoughts and feelings, what they felt was good, what they felt was bad, then it's just, it keeps getting better. But like, the feel of the game is already going to be drastically different just by having the way that the rooms swap, because it's going to be clearer when the game ends. So that's a big thing, I will say. Because that was one of the issues that I was hearing, was the clarity of end of run, things like that. They're not so good. And I'm like, you know what? That's fair. I do not think I've done that well enough. So let's fix that. And we have. But yeah, it sounds mean, but as a developer, that is how you think, though, with a lot of things of just treat your people like idiots and work with that. expect them to be idiots, treat them like geniuses. Or treat them smart. Because if they feel like they're treated smart, then they're happy. But you can error check the shit out of them so when they are stupid. Like, I've talked about this before, but one of my lecturers in my software engineering course is a perfect example of this. I had a statement in my my README where it's like, under a very specific case, can it crash? I apologize for this. I accept that getting like mildly marked down, but this is a case scenario you have to actually kind of seek out. I get a thing back, not saying anything other than it crashed. It's like, cool, so I don't know anything about what crash it is. So I responded with catching that error. That's all I did. And I basically said, because I didn't get enough information about what the error was, I had to go off the fact that it was a user error. So I created better user error catches. Yes, I wrote back basically saying, here's the project again, nothing's really changed, you're a fucking idiot. Like, there could have been so much, like, I had stuff, so he could have sent it to me, and I would have known immediately what the issue was. If it was that crash, if it was because it could crash at all, and that's why he was marking me down, I accept that, but I didn't know that was the only, like, that was the crash he's talking about. I just know he crashed. And I was so fucking upset with it. It's like, dude, seriously. The least you could do is tell me what crashed or where it crashed, or if it was just the crash, then no. Just saying it crashed, nothing else, is really not enough and is really fucking irritating. And like, this is the thing, these are lecturers in software engineering. They should fucking know. They should know that, like, giving me a, oh, it crashed is fucking irritatingly useless. So yeah, no, needless to say, that is an example of, like, even smart people are dumb. Now, again, he could have been acting dumb to try and prove a point, but there's a reason why I responded the way I did. It was as, like, subvertly fuck you as I could. Couldn't do it too obviously. But I did have a good chuckle. Alright then. Well, we've released another patch note thing, so enjoy that. Your normal spiel of fucking let me know if you have any issues, please enjoy, yada yada yada. I know I'm kind of like breezing over things, but genuinely I'm just quite tired at the moment. And I kind of want to call it for today. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. Ah yes, play the animation after you switch frame.